Microphones are on. That'll always help. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this special session of the Solvang City Council for Monday, March 8th. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
Councilmember Infante,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here.
Mayor Yurik.
Here, and I'm calling the meeting to order at 4:30.
Thank you.
Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and Claudia, please lead us in that?
Yes. Salute and pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you. Then do we have any public comment?
We don't have anybody in person or on Zoom participating today.
All right, so
No public comment.
with that, we'll go to closed session.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, City Council will meet in two closed sessions, one regarding city manager performance evaluation, the other matter will involve the hiring of a public employee, the city attorney.
And we'll go into closed session now. check. All right. We're back now from the closed session.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, City Council met in closed session on two matters. One was the public employee performance evaluation of the city manager. There was no reportable action on that matter. The second matter was public employee appointment regarding the city attorney title, and I'll defer to Ms. Bradford for the announcement on that.
City Council did act on this item, and a motion was made by Councilmember Infante and seconded by Councilmember Thomas, and unanimously approved by the council with a 5-0 yes vote to appoint our interim city attorney as the city attorney and his firm for the city of Solvang.
Thank you very much, council. We'll be returning, obviously, to the council with the formal contract at probably the next meeting for approval.
All right. I believe with that, that closes our special session.
Correct. Yep. And we have a few minutes before our next session is scheduled to start at 6:30.
Sorry. We're already done. No, you're okay, good. I wasn't invited to that one.
You caught the 2 minutes.
No. I figured you'd all be done by now.
Really? Clean up the yard. Get out there and do stuff. I've done some. But that's this weekend. Going Arizona. Go with the family a little bit. Go eat somewhere.
Yeah,
Or a
Greg's a
restaurant.
sweetheart.
Who's down there?
My parents and a couple siblings.
Oh. I didn't know that.
Catching a flight. November. I'll be flying direct from Santa Maria. Next.
Oh, yeah, cool.
It's pretty convenient.
It's all put down.
How do you do?
My phone number.
Pretty interesting experience, but can't be surprised.
Yeah. It's nice if you don't have to go out of LA.
Yeah.
I'm kind of lucky for my sister. The city that borders, like, the one side, the south side of the airport. is the city called Solvang.
Okay.
And that's where my sister lives. And that's, her husband's in prison. And there's a huge,
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular session of Solvang City Council for Monday, March 8th. I now call the meeting to order at 6:30. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
Councilmember Infante,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here.
Mayor Yurg,
Here.
all present.
Councilmember Thomas, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your hand over your heart, repeat with me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, would you please read into the statement about public participation?
At this point, we are opening public communications. The council welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and consent agenda. Time limit is 3 minutes. State law does not allow the council to discuss or take action on issues not on the agenda, except that the members of the council or staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. If anybody in person or on Zoom at this point would like to make public comment on items not on the agenda, I see one live hand being raised from Sheila Benedict. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I want to just have the city council acknowledge that our water polo teams, all 4 of them swept their games in Paso Robles. And I believe Alan Clark was one of the coaches. And my grandson was the goalie for the JV team. And seeing as how we've had a year down, this was very stimulating for the high school. And we, as a city, need to be very proud of them.
That's awesome.
It's-
Glad to hear that. Go Pirates.
Great.
Are there any other public comments?
I see Jeff Lee. Go ahead, please.
How's it going? I wanted to reach out and congratulate Dave Fleischman and his firm on its appointment to attorney for the city. And I also wanted to thank the current council for following through on trying to amend the issues that the previous council left behind. So, that's on the agenda for later tonight with discussion for, possibly bringing back some members of staff. So I just want to thank council for taking it seriously and following through with that.
Thank you for those comments. Are there any others out there?
Would anybody else like to make a comment on items not on the agenda or consent agenda? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself. See no further public comment.
All right. And we'll move on to the city manager's report, item number 2.
Thank you. I would like to start with continuing what appears to be good news for our local municipalities. This federal reconciliation package for COVID-19 is still moving forward. I got a note today from the League of California Cities that the Senate passed HR 1319, the American Rescue Plan, this morning. And this was done after 24 hours of votes on amendments. The Senate also restored the city allocation back to $65 billion, which means that we're still looking at about $1 million for the city of Solvang. And it will go back to House of Representatives for a floor vote and then to the president for signature. So this is still continued good news and will be updated as this process develops by the League of California Cities and hopefully have some additional dollars in our budget fairly soon to address some of the shortcomings that came with COVID-19. Obviously, we lost a lot of revenue when the original shutdown happened and there were stay-at-home orders. We've lost well over $1 million and also incurred expenditures to manage this emergency. So that will be a very promising news. Now moving on to the general plan update to make sure everybody's still on track and updated on where we are with the process. We had the first workshop last month, and now we are moving forward to the next steps, which will be the portion of visioning, assets, issues, and opportunities. So this is a really rich part of the project where the community will have an opportunity to talk about their vision forward. What do we have that we like? What are our assets? What are some of the issues that we want to address? And what are the opportunities that we can take advantage of? So currently we are tentatively looking at April 8 and 9 as tentative dates for those workshops. And SB County Santa Barbara County has cleared us at the public health department level to have some in-person meetings as part of this process to allow for that hybrid type of participation. So we're looking at potentially doing some of these workshops in a series of workshops to where there will be an in-person option through reservations at the Veterans Hall probably, which is our largest facility. And we could have a couple of those workshops in the evening of April 8th, which is a Thursday, so that those who are working on the weekends can attend those, and then have another workshop on April 9th. That way, we do have a portion of a population that is retired, and that might be a good time for them to be able to attend. So we'll have different workstations set up with information and opportunity for people to feed in, and we'll also have a Zoom option for that meeting as well. And there will be a second newsletter on this general plan update coming out shortly in the next couple of weeks, and it will also be distributed with the next utility bill. Speaking of newsletters, we are continuing to work, and this is now a quarterly process to have the quarterly newsletter go out to our community. And the spring edition will be going out in March to update everyone in the community about the progress we have made, any significant projects that are going on in the city, and also look forward for what's to come and where the public might want to be paying attention to and have their input. So that next newsletter will be going out with the March utility bill as well. Just to keep everybody reminded that we are definitely diving into the financial plan process at this point. We are in March, and we'll need to have a budget adopted by June 30 for the next financial plan, or for the next budget. This will be a budget development for the fiscal year of 2021-22. The next steps that will be coming to council for your review will be another update on the fiscal forecast, which then can stem into an opportunity for you to hold a workshop type of session to determine your goals for the next year, which then will be worked into a preliminary operating budget and a capital improvement program budget presentation. We would have those to you as preliminary. That way you have an opportunity to provide with any alternative policy direction and recognize whether we understood your goals from the workshop before you have to take action in adopting the actual budget by June 30. We do need to have a budget adopted by June 30 in order for the city to continue to operate and incur expenditures. Another process that's feeding into this, that's right now in the process, is the general plan fee study that's in progress. That will be a helpful element in terms of updating our fees that haven't been updated, some since 2005. Obviously, costs go up, and that should help us with our revenue part of the equation to raise the fees for services to what they actually cost. The water and wastewater RFP closed, and that is the main revenue source for your enterprise funds, the water fund and the wastewater fund. And we will be coming back to you in the near future with a contract approval for that study to take place over the next year, at which point those recommendations from the consultant will go through Prop 218 process, a public process, to where the community will be able to fit in, and we'll be bringing you steps as we go along about the structure and the preliminary calculations as well, so that it won't be all at once a year from now. You will definitely be informed along with the community. Moving on to advanced calendar, it's looking fairly busy for the next council meeting. We have California Public Utilities Commission has requested to make a presentation to the council. That will be just about 10 minutes in the beginning. The Visitor Center also would like to make a presentation just to update you briefly on how that contract is doing, what they're seeing out in the community. We'll have the Employee Year of Service Recognition Awards, to where employees will be invited here to receive that recognition from City Council. And we will be bringing back, unfortunately, again, the Santa Barbara County contract for law enforcement services. There has been no resolution to that dispute. The contract term does set a term for dispute resolution to end, which ends on March 11th. The sheriff has submitted a letter to all the contract cities requesting an extension of that dispute resolution for another 45 days from March 11th. So that is something that we will bring for council consideration, whether or not the city should grant this extension, and how do we approach the resolution going forward. You will also receive a monthly marketing update, which you receive every month from IDK. We are seeing better than before, definitely trends in our TOT. There is a lot more tourists here now. When stay-at-home order was lifted, unfortunately, our January and February numbers will still be a little bit low because not all properties are open, but we are definitely seeing a very strong comeback right now that the stay-at-home order has been lifted. Next will be just a report that is required by law to be submitted to the states, which is the annual general plan report that was presented to the Planning Commission and needs to come to the council next. Another procedure item is investment policy that we will be coming to you. That is something that you just procedurally review every year. And another annual report will be the pavement management presentation. A couple of sidewalk projects have been completed. So we have the 5th Street sidewalk project and the Solvang School sidewalk project. Both of those will be noticed as complete. We will bring back to you progress on updating the city website. And finally, the Santa Ynez Community Services District Board has requested the City Council to consider forming a joint subcommittee to work on all of the wastewater treatment upgrade plans going forward. So that is something that will be placed on the agenda for your consideration. A couple of items to mention that will be coming to the Planning Commission and the Council. The Planning Commission did hear an item on the water wheel project as we know it. It's 425 First Street. And because it's a property that's fairly old property and it's going back to its original use, for those reasons, the Planning Commission did recommend that the City Council consider waiving the fees for parking in lieu that would have been applicable today. So that is something that requires council action to waive the fees, and it will be coming to council for that question. Another question that we'll be bringing to you from planning perspective is that we are having a lot of different requests coming out of the Skid Mesa community. There's sheds, there's fences, there's different things that need to be addressed from a planning perspective. So we will be raising this to policy consideration as to how much the City Council would like our city resources to be involved in enforcing or resolving some of those issues. And finally, there will be a review, just informational review of the emergency operations for the city. That concludes my report.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any questions of the report?
No.
I had one just maybe for an advance. If we could add a presentation from the Santa Barbara Trust for Historical Preservation for maybe April 12th. They'd like to just update the council on what they have going on right now with COVID and some other things, but just to give us an update, it would be with Michael Imwell.
Okay.
All right. Lost my report here. Where am I at? Go back. I think so. Yes. So, Madam Clerk, would you read item number 3?
Item number 3 is council comments, request, and advance calendar. At this point, council can make comments and make requests from city council members. No actions will be taken at this meeting.
Are there any council comments? None? I just have a couple. This, for Saturday, myself and Councilmember Thomas and Mayor Pro Tem Arona attended a grand opening for a Piece of the Past with the new owners and the chamber at 10 o'clock. That was very nicely received, and it was a good time right there. And also wanted to commend again for last week, which was week 50 of the food bank over at Bethania. They served 322 households, which equated out to 1,209 individuals that are going through that program and still participating in that. And so, again, I'd just like to give a shout out to Linda Marzullo from Bethania and Pastor Chris and all of the volunteers. There's a number of volunteers that help throughout that entire day, loading, unpacking, packing, traffic control, lots of different aspects to what they have going on, and it's quite a sight to see. And I just, again, want to give them congratulations and thank you for doing that for our community. Any other comments? I think that's all I have for right now.
I have one comment.
Yep.
It's just, when I heard about the $1 million coming to California, or to Solvang, I think that Solvang is a lean and mean city. We are seriously impacted by COVID more than other cities are. I think I have to say this, I think it's sad that the taxpayers around the country, on an almost $2 billion relief package that's being thrown at some of these states that are so not doing well before COVID. And I just think it's really sad that the national taxpayers are bailing out cities and states that are not poorly run, or that are poorly run, and it makes me sad. They've got $1 billion left over from the previous COVID relief bill, and it just makes me crazy that it's, oh yay, $1 million, isn't that great? But this is tax dollars, and we're going so into debt over this. It just, and only 9% of this 1.9 trillion is going towards COVID relief. The rest of it's towards pork. So I have to get that off my chest. It just makes me sad.
Any other comments? Nope. All right. Madam City Clerk, can you read the title for item number 4?
Item number 4 is consent agenda. And we have, sorry, I will transition here. We have 3 items on the consent agenda, which is approval of agenda as presented, approval of minutes of the regular city council meeting on February 22nd, 2021, and receive warrant register for the month of January 2020.
Are there any questions regarding the consent agenda or any items that you'd like to be pulled? Seeing none, can I have, I'll entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as written.
Is there a
Se-
second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Yurik?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Now, moving on to regular business items. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the title for agenda item number 5?
Agenda item number 5 is express support for actions to further strengthen local democracy, authority, and control as related to local zoning and housing issues. The recommendation is to consider approving a resolution to express support for actions to further strengthen local democracy, authority, and control as related to local zoning and housing issues. In your document on page 33, you have a record attachment 8, attachment A, listing different jurisdictions that have already passed this kind of resolution. The resolution of itself states that whereas the legislature of the state of California each year proposes, passes, and has signed into law a number of bills addressing a range of housing issues, the legislature of the state of California does not allow sufficient time between each legislative cycle to determine if the legislation is successful in bringing about the changes for the state of California housing issues. The majority of these bills usurp the authority of local jurisdictions to determine for themselves the land use policies and practices that best suit each city and its residents, and instead impose mandates that do not take into account the needs and differences of jurisdictions throughout the state of California. Whereas the ability of local jurisdictions to determine for themselves which projects require review beyond the ministerial approval, what parking requirements are appropriate, within their jurisdiction, what plans and programs are suitable and practical for each community, rather than having these decisions imposed upon cities without regard to circumstances of each individual city. So this is very relevant to some of the larger developments we actually do have going on right now in the city of Solvang under the existing state laws, but this is basically an ask to pass a resolution to state this position.
Mr. Mayor,
Are there any questions of the staff report?
the proclamation recognizes that local governments should remain the ultimate decision maker for how communities are planned and built. Thus far, 331 California elected officials are in support of this idea, including the entire Buellton City Council, and I think probably 3 or 4 of us individually. And I would hope that we would support this resolution as a council.
Thank you.
I was very skeptical when I got an email from California Cities for Local Control. I was wondering if it was just a statement to stick it up to the legislator or whoever. But then after seeing how there are laws passed by the legislature that are meant to benefit the residents of California at law, and those same laws can be misused by developers to ignore the wishes of residents or community leaders or anybody in a city that might have an idea of how development should go. And ultimately, in each city and in each community, residents are the ones that know their cities, know their needs, and the local staff knows better than anybody how our city works. It's counterproductive to pass laws that affect all communities the same, when the truth is that every city has very specific needs that the legislature is not knowledgeable about because they do not live here. So after seeing how it is crucial that we have control over how our development unfolds and how we need to protect the voices of our residents and make sure that they are heard, I am in full support of this proclamation.
Any other comments?
So collectivizing our farms is out of the question. Good.
I'll support this.
Okay,
That's all.
all right. Well, without any further comment, we'll go to the public for their comments.
Yep.
Any in person? I don't have any speaker slips right now.
Would anybody online or in person like to make a comment? If so, please raise your hand on Zoom. Or if you're a caller, you can unmute yourself by using *6.
Okay.
Not seeing no public comments.
All right, so public comment It's now closed. I'll bring item back for a final discussion and action. Does anyone have any other comments?
I support it.
I'll move that we pass this and sign it off.
All right,
I'll second that.
okay.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Verona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurig.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Madam City Clerk, will you please read the title of item number 6?
Item number 6 is vacancy policy and staffing levels, rebuilding post-COVID-19. If we can put the slides on the screen to help us walk through this process. Just a little bit by the way of background on where we're coming from on this item is that on October 2019, the City Council provided staff with direction to look into alternative delivery methods. At that time, the premise of that direction was based on looking for efficiencies, and it also referenced a report and a survey that was done by ICMA looking through different jurisdictions and how many cities actually did provide some services through contracts, et cetera. But that resulted in a vacancy policy that was adopted by the council, which I think is very important to note for the council and the public and the employees. What it essentially did was require council approval to backfill vacancies. Historically, that was at the authority of city manager, that when a vacancy occurred in the city manager had the jurisdiction of reviewing that need and backfilling any vacancy positions. Following that direction, which led to a longer-standing assessment of staffing as vacancies occurred, on March 2020, the city declared an emergency for public health and economic cessation. So since then, we are still actively in the state of emergency as of March 20. Following that declaration and the economic cessation and a significant reduction in the city's revenues, the city of Solvang is the third most dependent city in the state of California on transient occupancy tax. So our transient occupancy tax constitutes 50% of our general fund revenue, or about $500,000 a month, which was during the stay-at-home time period almost entirely gone. It resulted in the city drawing on reserves at the end of last year, and the council did direct staff at that point to reduce operations to essential services only and to reduce ongoing costs by $1 million. So that was rolled into the budget that we currently have on the books, and that was adopted by City Council on June 30 of 2020. It resulted in reductions of 12 positions, some of which were vacant, some of which were not, and those positions include both at-will management positions as well as positions represented by the union. So speaking of service levels, as I've just talked to you, the stay-at-home order has been lifted, and since we are now allowed to have tourism for leisure, the city of Solvang has historically recovered rather well during situations like this, for example, during the Great Recession before, because when travel becomes too expensive or not feasible to go to Europe, we have a good clientele base that instead elects to come to Solvang. So as soon as we open up our doors, we are definitely seeing quite a bit of an uptick in our vacancies, and I expect that even though January and February to some degree were still not great months for us because some of the properties were closed, but right now in March we are definitely seeing good vacancies, and I think we will be returning back to close to normal levels fairly quickly here. So the city is currently staffed minimally and operating with modified restrictions as well. We are following the state guidelines and county guidelines and the current employment laws, which really place us in a position where our operations are modified. For example, we don't have our city hall doors open, so we have less traffic, and we do a lot of things electronically with modified schedules for employees, especially in administrative section of the city. However, going forward, this is really important at this point to start rebuilding the organization to look forward towards post-COVID-19 and what the city staffing levels will need to be to meet the community's expectations. So as a part one of getting to the post-COVID organizational structure, there are a few areas that I would like to ask the council and us to address as the first step. We have in our maintenance function, we are short-staffed, which means that some of the what I would call deferred maintenance is getting further and further behind. And so as we begin to rebuild this organization, I think that's a critical area to start funding positions at this point. In our planning and building, we have minimum hours of operations, and it's completely outsourced at this point. I think that even though we are taking advantages of technology and becoming more efficient in our operations or increasing our levels of service in that sense by implementing a permitting software that will help with self-service and also the process and tracking of our projects, there will still need to be a need for an open office in planning and building, and it makes sense to have a position that is a city employee staffing that level service. Another critical position that I'm presenting here as part one and ask of council to fund is making the office assistant position, instead of a part-time position, a full-time position to address all the administrative and customer service needs that the city currently has. There are also positions that are not union represented that could be considered by the city council. The city manager currently, we essentially have one department head left, who is our public works director. We also have management analysts working as assistant to the city manager, but there are several positions that used to be part of the, the management executive team that are not currently with the city. And so the city manager is currently the city manager, the city clerk, and functionally acting as planning director. So in the long term, that is not a sustainable structure. And even though the city council hasn't given me direct input to date, as of now, council could consider a city clerk or a deputy city clerk, and potentially in the future also a planning director type of function to oversee the planning department and those contractors. Under the city council, city manager form of government, it is the city council that approves the budget allocations and sets service level expectations. The city manager makes recommendations for budget allocations. The city manager is the personnel officer per the city municipal code. And today's recommendations are the first step in rebuilding the city's organization for post-COVID-19 operations. Council can provide city manager with additional policy direction or any alternative policy direction, and service levels and organizational structure will be re-examined as part of 2021-22 budget development cycle as well. So the specific recommendation for action today is in your report and is summarized in this chart, and it essentially looks at the fact, and I'll just scroll forward, that based on examination of the general plan update project, working with a consultant, we determined that the cost that will be incurred in the current year will be lower than originally was budgeted. So approximately $100,000 can be reallocated to other purposes for this fiscal year. And I'm proposing that this first ask is supported already by the anticipated increased revenues into the next fiscal year. So thinking about long-term structure being feasible. So what I am proposing is that we reallocate $75,000 for the remainder of this fiscal year from this general plan update to backfill immediately these few positions, which would be the two maintenance positions, one office assistant going to full-time, and then assistant planner. And that concludes my report. Specific recommendations are displayed here, that you receive staff report of the general fund revenue trends, current staffing levels, and organizational structure needs to return to normal staffing levels of operation post-COVID-19, that you terminate vacancy policy adopted by council on October 2019, requiring city council approval to backfill vacancies, that you consider approving several critical positions that I just showed in the chart immediately, as was shown in attachment A, thus reestablishing these positions as ongoing full-time equivalents within the city's organizational chart and funding the positions for the remainder of the fiscal year. And that you provide staff with policy direction on service levels in administration, planning, building, recreation, parks maintenance, water, wastewater, and code enforcement, and direct staff to return with organizational structure recommendations at a later date to meet the desired service levels. And that direction can be as broad on the bigger picture as you would like, or as specific about any actions you would like to take today.
Are there any questions of the staff report?
Yeah, would you go to page 51, please? Under expense adjustments. And it shows increased salaries, office assistant, $364,149. Am I not reading that correctly, or?
Right, so this is an accounting form that is not intuitive for a reader. And what that
Apparently
amount
not.
indicates is the amount loaded into that particular fund, department, program, and project, which happens to be the combination of all the salaries within our administration. So it takes into account
Okay,
myself.
that's all the salaries, then?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
4.5 people, I believe, is
It's
what you told
4.5
me.
people.
That's the problem with it. It doesn't look like that from what it says. Yeah, that's weird. Would you put back up on the screen the recommendations for hiring, please? Okay, so yeah, that's not in the, it's not in here. That's in her,
Page
It is page
Page
50.
Yeah,
Where?
page 50.
Page 50.
50?
Yes.
Oh, it is there. My apologies. Thank you. Yeah, well,
Looks
now that
different
you
down
put it
there.
back up, so I
There
think.
you go.
I would like to add on to this a full-time city clerk.
Okay. At this point, if there's any questions of the report, I can answer any questions, and then we'll take it to public comment, and then any additional
Okay.
comments and considerations before you take action.
So or does anybody have any other questions? Related to the Public Works Maintenance Worker 1 and Parks Maintenance Worker, with the departments now coming under the same Public Works umbrella, are we trying to fill with the employees that we lost? Is that why there's a Parks Maintenance Worker coming in? Because I know that was one of the cuts prior. And then I believe we've lost another maintenance worker anyway. which is why we had some shuffling during the COVID.
We had a vacancy in Public Works maintenance worker that was not being filled based on the vacancy policy.
That was
And
with
then-
only a temporary, like, we would do a temp person occasionally.
We've been backfilling with a temp because of our inability to fill the full-time position. And the parks maintenance worker was a layoff at the time. The two divisions for maintenance, parks maintenance and public works maintenance, have been merged under public works at this time. What I'm proposing is that as we get close into the budget development for the next year, to be thinking about the long-term structure and what should it look like in the future. Any change to position description is subject to union negotiation, meet and confer requirements.
Okay.
So in this case, I'm simply proposing that we bring back these two positions at this point, and the actual filling of the worker would follow the process that's outlined in the MOU based on seniority and qualifications of any employees who were laid off.
Is there a number after parks maintenance worker? Or is that it? Is there?
I believe that's just it, yes.
That's all it is?
Correct.
Okay. And then the assistant planner, is that the position? Am I allowed to say names? Is that a position that was Brenda?
Brenda
Sir?
Messner? Yeah.
That was her position back then? Okay.
And once again, the process that's set by the MOUs, that we reach out to the most senior person on the list of laid off union employees, and then we see if that person desires the position and whether or not they're qualified to hold the position.
Then all of that doesn't happen if we do not terminate the policy that was,
Correct.
okay.
Okay, so I have a question. Because I read the draft vacancy policy. What is our current vacancy policy?
That is what was adopted at the time. So that's normally you don't, the city has not historically had a vacancy policy. Sometimes in times of economic hardship or whatnot, cities may impose a hiring freeze for a while. So this is in essence similar to a hiring freeze, except that it set forth certain parameters for an analysis to basically have to establish a reason for why a vacancy should be filled. And none of those vacancies have been filled.
Okay, and I'm sorry for the the casual language, but is the union cool with this? Is this compatible with what their processes are? I know that we're supposed to, consult with them when positions are let go and what effect that has on the rest of the staff.
So I would say that as a result of the actions that were taken in 2019, 2020, the union was not okay with that. They did file an unfair labor practice charge against the city. We are working to try to resolve that with the union. If the council lifts this vacancy policy and we move forward towards rehiring or refilling some of those positions, I imagine that the union will obviously have some discussions with the city, whether they approve of them. We haven't discussed them directly on that because the vacancy policy has precluded rehiring any of the positions.
Okay.
Related to that, the whole union and the employees that are here and the ex-employees, we have that pending litigation?
Yes,
regarding
that's the
them?
unfair labor practice charge I mentioned.
Okay. So that's still in place.
It's still in play. I don't want to get into the details of it too much, but it is in a holding pattern, for lack of a better way to put it at this point. Mr. Lee and I have had discussions regarding the matter. I imagine we will continue to have those discussions, and I will no doubt be reaching out to him following whatever the decision by the council is on this particular item tonight.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of this council?
No.
Seeing none, can we go out to public comment?
Would anybody like to make public comments in person or online? I see Jeff Lee raising hand. Please go ahead.
Man, let me say, it's hard to stay muted and not jump in there when you guys are talking, especially when it's about the union, about me. I just want to say I'm glad to see that the council's considering a reversal of the previous council's vacancy policy and considering to bring back positions. Of course, that's good, and the union's very happy with council's consideration of doing that. And just as a comment, I'd like to say that when the March 2020 state of emergency was declared, I feel like rather than removing a full, a 12 full-time equivalent positions, I would have liked to have seen the attorney at the time reduce their expenditures to offset the massive deficit that the city was facing. Certainly, that's my personal opinion, and I'm sure there are others that probably share that as well. But everything else that you guys are doing, I would say that we're on course to hopefully try and reverse some of the wrongs that had been done, and I'm very, very happy to see that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's somebody on the.
Was Elizabeth, were you wanting to make comment? Ms. Breen? No? Okay, I thought I saw.
I think somebody on the phone was trying to unmute. If you would like to unmute yourself at this point, *6. See, not. I have Nancy Emerson that has unmuted. Nancy, would you like?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council, for addressing these questions tonight. I think that we have been asking a great deal of our city manager over the last year, and it seems appropriate to provide a bit more help for her. I also think that we need to be able to offer more planning services with someone who is in the office and able to help people who wish to do projects. And the question of what you do with the planning office can be discussed as part of your budget hearings in the spring and summer. So those are the two things that I think are important. And I also know that Public Works has been understaffed. So my recommendation would be to move with these recommendations tonight and to defer any other decisions about positions until you see what happens with these people on board. I lift the vacancy policy because it's usual for the city manager to have some decision-making opportunities about employees.
Would anybody else like to make public comment on this item? If so, please.
Hello?
Go ahead, somebody on the phone. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Hi, my name is Julie Glendenning, and I want to thank you all for everything that you are doing to try to get the city back on track again. I really would like to encourage you to look from the top down. I think that currently the city manager is wearing way too many hats, and I don't feel that we have the proper checks and balances, especially in the financial area. I think that should be of immediate concern of trying to get a full-time city clerk, possibly have maybe the city clerk do some HR and make that a full-time position, and get finance. I don't think that a assistant finance person reporting to the city manager is giving us the proper checks and balances. I think that there should be a finance director or an administrative services director reporting to the city manager, and the city manager overseeing everything. I do not feel we have enough checks and balances currently. So that's something I would encourage you to work from the top down. When looking at the office assistant and taking that position from part-time to full-time, I would like to ask, if doing that, does that mean the city will reopen? Because then you will have a full-time person in the front. I think that that is something that is needed, that it's time to reopen the city, and I'm hoping that as part of this, council members, you will discuss this and maybe make that part of bringing on that person from part-time to full-time. Otherwise, I'd rather see the money spent on trying to get a city clerk in, or, you know, putting it toward that, or some other things, helping with public works, because having only one department head, they can't do everything. And before, I think there's some other things to look at before taking an administrative, an office assistant, making them full-time. Either open up the office, and that's the reason for doing it, or please look into maybe helping some of the other key positions that are a little bit more critical. So thank you for listening, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Are there any other comments out there, the public?
If you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand on Zoom. Seeing no further public comment.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council for further discussion.
Now I can speak up.
Now you can speak up.
I would have to concur with the prior resident that we need to have a full-time city clerk. Looking at the city manager's proposal for who we should hire, we get the parks maintenance, we get a maintenance worker one in Public Works, the office assistant from part-time to full-time, and an assistant planner. And the one that I would add to that is a full-time city clerk, if I didn't say that already. I would also support the idea of getting our own planning director. I think that was what Ms. Bradford was talking about in one of her recommendations, was should we think about that? And I think the answer is yes. We should very much think about that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Are there any
I have a question.
comments?
Zena, have you had any complaints about the process in the planning department in the last 6 months?
I have not heard any specific complaints, but we are processing at our capacity and rather quickly, and we are down to the minute. And I think some of the functions that we do with the use of the consultant could be more appropriately done, and then even more work and help could be done if we had an actual staff person there.
Okay.
We do have a project underway of implementing a permitting software. There's just some functions that are in the department that don't have to have the level of expertise of a consultant.
Okay, thank you.
Going forward, what are the plans if, as Ms. Julie G. said, that if we brought in or increase the time from full-time or to full-time position for the clerk, what is the prospects going forward of us being able to open the office to the public?
Well, right now, the office is closed based on state and county guidelines, really. It's not to say that there's an essential aspect to us as a city to where we have some wiggle room in opening or reopening, but we also have different employment rules that apply to our employees. Any exposure triggers immediate quarantine. So all of the cities and county at this point remain closed for those reasons. And I would recommend that we hold off on reopening the city hall until we move into a less restrictive COVID-19 tier. Right now, the way that the latest guidelines from the state were written was that office spaces would really start to reopen in the least restrictive yellow category or tier when we get there. So at this point, all of the cities are operating under this type of conditions.
Aren't some offices opening under the red tier? I mean, you can have a restaurant with 25% under the red tier,
Correct.
aren't
Yes.
they are?
Yeah.
And San Luis just went to red tier last week.
Correct. Our Santa Barbara County is not in the red tier yet. The state guidelines do not recommend office spaces to open in the red tier.
No, but I'm thinking if you're thinking, this is going to be a long time before we get red tier where we can use those people. By the time you start looking into bringing folks back, we're probably going to be there. So it's, like to kind of move forward on it.
Yeah, I think the red tier is definitely coming, and then hopefully the next tier is coming. And yeah, we can't, by the time we get there, we need to be prepared to be open. So it will take a little bit of time for
So what I mean,
organization
then,
to start
get started on it,
reorganizing.
yeah.
Is that government office or private offices?
Government offices are included in that. Like I said, for government, there's a little bit more wiggle room in us being essential. I mean, we are still in a state of emergency. Technically, we have the lowest level of emergency operations still activated now since March of last year. So we can require opening or bringing everybody in as essential workers. But since based on the state laws and how we have to treat any exposure to COVID, it's just not recommended at this point that we would be opening up. But it is time to start rebuilding towards that. And we are definitely, at this point, not prepared to open the doors before we bring some of these employees back.
In the job description for the office assistant, are they then able to help some of the other staff inside with some of their duties?
Yes, we definitely have a backlog right now of just simple administrative tasks that I would recommend we address before reopening, when we receive more customer service and other interaction with the public.
Are there any other questions? Can I have someone make a motion, or is there any item on this? Because it's kind of a
Yeah, we could-
four-parter here.
Yeah, really.
We want to,
I'll move that we accept with one change, the recommended positions for reestablishment, and adding in the city clerk as a full-time, along with the 4 positions listed here.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded
we have a roll
with the
call?
one modification to add full-time city clerk. Councilmember Clark,
no.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurig.
Yes.
Passes 4 yes, 1 no.
Okay, now we need to talk about the vacation policy, right?
If I may clarify, was your motion to include all recommendations A through D, or was it just to, for recommendation C with a modification?
My motion was just for C with a modification.
Okay, then we can take vote on, or if there's a motion on the other recommendations. A was just to receive staff report, there's no action needed. There is an action needed on recommendation B, which is
D.
to terminate vacancy policy. And then recommendation D is if there's any additional policy direction that you would like to provide to staff at this point going forward.
We have a motion.
I'll move that we approve terminating the vacancy policy.
Is there a second?
So B and D.
It was actually just B. Well, No, just B, isn't it?
Yes,
Terminating.
it will be just B.
just
We need
B.
to do each one separate.
I think this is how this is becomes
Listed this
structured,
way.
to
Okay.
keep it clear.
All right. I'll second that.
Okay, Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Morona.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Mayor Yurig.
Yes.
Okay, and is there any additional policy direction that you would like to provide at this point for recommendation number D? Or letter D?
Can we just, rather than providing a particular policy direction, I think from my point of view, I think what I'd like to see is some plans on how you're going to continue to bring in staff, all staff, as much as we can at any point in time.
Is there any additional, just, I'm not looking, when I say policy direction, I'm not looking for you to write a policy right now. I'm just looking for you to give general direction on service levels or next steps, which,
Would it be appropriate, I'm just thinking that, like, I'd like to hear from Recreation, what they feel they need as a level that they would like to have going forward once we're through. I'd like to hear from maintenance, because I know we are really hurting in that, even with the two people, essentially. We're still really hurting there. And then I'd like to hear a little bit more on, we don't really have anybody in planning to bring something forward.
No, not really.
But same with building, or maybe have Lori or one of them come in to kind of see what they feel.
yeah. Well, Lori is a consultant, so there may be a conflict of interest in consultant that's in the job providing that recommendation.
Right.
We can have other outside sources considered to make some limited, without diving too much into spending money on somebody else to make these recommendations, but I could look into options of having, a light assessment of that function.
Well, I know I've asked Jenny to, what she would like to see for recreation, because, Buellton Rec is kind of handling the majority of all of the recreation needs for the valley. And I think Solvang has kind of fallen down on that end of it, holding up their part of it. And I feel like we need to be able to support them a little bit more with recreation. I mean, right now, that's one of the few things that we can do given that we are able to go out and recreate. It's good for everyone, all of that. So I'd like to, if anything, out of all of these, at least have recreation come in, because at least we have a staff person there that has ideas of what programs going forward that she might need staffing for.
Right, and the city will be working through a budget process which will involve all employees in all divisions, and some of that presentation can definitely be presented, including staff having some reports too.
Because I know a lot of what they did, was also hiring kids and things such as that. So, I mean, we're going to be coming into hopefully the summer season where we're going to be able to have programs, and even late spring, we might be able to be out there playing softball. Who knows? I'm hoping for it,
Music in the park.
So I think all of that is something that we need to keep in mind and at least get some ideas of what she feels for going forward with her program. And I
Okay.
think we're obviously going to be listening to wastewater right now or later this evening, so we'll hear what Nathan has to say. Forget what Matt, but,
Any additional comments from council?
and then lastly, the code enforcement in here, is that now being addressed?
Code enforcement is currently being addressed. There is sufficient budget in the current year for contracted out code enforcement, but we are in the process of transitioning to a local code enforcement officer who is very well familiar with the community and has the ability and skills to appropriately evaluate situations and provide us with ongoing flexible support for code enforcement. So,
The last thing I'd like to put into that, if I may, Mayor, one of the speakers mentioned checks and balances, and I think to get some checks and balances, we need to have some HR person. Now, I understand that that's in the next phase, and I'd like to see that of any of the rest of brought forward pretty quickly, and potentially, if that could be added into the city clerk's position. I don't know that that fits very well. But the idea of getting an HR person in here is, I think, should be addressed.
absolutely. Any other comments, council?
So I'm not sure where we left that on the motion for
No,
that
this is,
particular bit.
yeah, so I don't
We
need,
added a lot
I don't need a motion on
Just some action.
policy B, and yes, you already took action on item C, and also action on item B, or recommendation B. So
Okay.
at this point, that is all the direction that
items.
I need from the council.
Okay. So, Madam City Clerk, would you please read the title of item number 7?
Item number 7 is award of construction agreement for wastewater treatment plant aeration system replacement project. So the recommendations for this report are to award a construction agreement with Cushman Contracting Corporation, an amount of $2,829,200, and to authorize execution of the agreement by the mayor. Authorize the city manager to execute any change orders if within contingency amount of $200,000, and then to approve a budget adjustment in the amount of $802,000. And I will first introduce this by way of policy and where we are with this fund, and then I'll hand it over to our Public Works Director and staff to introduce you to history of how we got here and what this recommendation is based on. But essentially where we are with the wastewater treatment or with the wastewater fund is that there is this need that's driven by the permitting requirements and new requirements on how the city will be required to treat its wastewater. And there's been many or quite a few studies done before we got to this point, but at this point we are recommending that the city does move forward with phase 1 of the larger potential wastewater treatment plant upgrade to address really the heart of the problem. This initial work of phase 1 will substantially improve operations of the wastewater treatment plant and any additional, set us up for handling any additional increase in capacity and definitely address the state regulations. It is a fairly large project. It is $2.8 million that we are looking here. And we will be drawing on majority of the reserves in that fund at this point. The recommendation is structured so that there's still going to be slightly more than 2 months worth of operating expenditures left over in the fund balance, which is a minimal recommendation by municipal financial associations. We have not raised the rates since 2016 at the city, and that fund is currently operating at a deficit where revenues are not meeting its expenditures. So we are currently actively working on a wastewater fee study. We just received those proposals. The process of updating or creating a model and recommendations on fee structure will take place over the next year, to where I would expect that the city will be going through the public process of looking at rates under Prop 218 about a year ago. Wastewater rates are different and distinct from water rates. They're not the same. They're separate. Our fee is fairly small for wastewater compared to our neighboring jurisdictions for example, the Santa Ynez Community District rate is about $50 higher than ours, so there's quite a bit of difference. The district will be responsible for paying 20% of this upgrade. They are aware of it, even though their board has not taken a formal action on it. According to their general manager, the board has been brought along in terms of being informed of what this cost is, and they definitely had discussions with the city before about this phased approach and are aware of it. Finally, in order to accommodate this project, because we recognize that this is something that takes time to construct, it takes time to plan, and we do think that it's essential that we move forward with this first phase of the upgrade as the heart of this overall project. The bid did come in significantly higher than we originally expected. And it does require a budget adjustment in the amount of $802,000 to cover this project. Now, even though it's normally not recommended that a fund from a structural long-term fiscal sustainability be subfunded by other sources, it really needs to be able to sustain itself. However, the city had an opportunity to look into another fund that was infrastructure-based fund, which was the vehicle equipment replacement fund set up for any of our cars and larger equipment. And that fund was in a very good position, luckily. It was funded almost 2 times to the amount that we need to currently replace all of our equipment. So I felt that this was justified to recommend, in order to move this project forward, a transfer from that vehicle replacement fund to the wastewater treatment fund to help fund this project on a one-time basis. But as I mentioned, again, going forward, we are working on updating the fee structure for this fund to bring it back into fiscal sustainability. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director to make a presentation.
All righty. Good evening, Mayor Urig and council members, Matt Vanderlinden, your Public Works Director and City Engineer. So to start off, I thought it would be helpful to just give a little bit of background and kind of some of the steps that led us up to here, and then discuss why we need to do this project so it's clear to you. So the original plant was built in 1996-97. A project like that usually takes about a year and a half to 2 years to complete. And so it was completed in middle of 1997. And back in, are we good?
No, just go ahead, Matt, with your
Okay.
verbal.
Okay. So back in August of 2016, that is when the Regional Water Quality Control Board, they're the agency that oversees and regulates our wastewater treatment plant. The regulator that we work with came out to the plant, met with our staff, and requested that we begin to denitrify the wastewater. So, so you'll see the next bullet item. Are they not able to see this? Okay, I'm sorry.
You're the next bullet item.
Okay, well, so that request came less than a year before we were going to have to renew our permit or initiate the permit renewal process. So the permit that we have right now, basically, it covered a 10-year period, at which time, at the end of that 10-year period, we had to begin the process to renew our permit. So the permit basically just active and fine until we get issued a new permit. But basically, because regulations and things tend to change over the years, they set up this 10-year cycle upon which we need to begin the process to renew our permit. So the regulators, Regional Water Quality Board, Control Board, they knew that nitrates are a big problem. Right now, the state is looking at contamination and nutrients, undesirable nutrients that might be going into the San Ynez River. And so they're doing a whole big study on all that. But anyway, so the regulators are aware of that. Nitrate's a problem. And our current permit did not require us to denitrify the wastewater. And so they knew that in our renewed permit, there will be requirements for us to, or there'll be limits for nitrogen and nitrates in our wastewater effluent. So anyway, so in May of 2017, we began the process to renew our permit. In November 2017, our city council awarded a contract to evaluate different upgrade alternatives. In September 2018, we did our alternatives analysis final report, and that was presented to the city council. In April of 2019, we initiated the environmental review process for the upgrade project. In August 2019, the city council, or just prior to that, the city council had asked us to evaluate a couple different additional alternatives. We had originally evaluated 3 alternatives. They asked us to evaluate 2 additional alternatives, which were modified version of one of the other alternatives. And so those were presented to the city council in August of 2019. Then in September of 2019, there was additional information was presented to the city council, and at that time, staff was directed to proceed with the final engineering and to implement the aeration upgrades immediately as the first phase of the project. So then in November 2019, we developed the scope of work and a request for proposal. We brought that to the city council for their review, comments, and approval, which they did approve. Then we issued that RFP, that request for proposals. And in February of 2020, the city council awarded an engineering contract. So just a little over a year ago, we awarded a contract for the overall project, all 3 phases of the project, to Carollo Engineers, a nationally recognized, highly experienced wastewater treatment engineering firm. Then in May of 2020, the aeration system replacement technical memo was completed, and I believe that was presented to the city council. And then in November, we finished all the plans and specifications. November of 2020, we completed the plans and specifications for the project and went out to bid on the project on December 1st. And then in January of this year, January 26th, we had our public bid opening, and we received 5 bids, which was really good. We originally thought we might just get 2 or 3, so it was nice that we got 5 bids. And the low bidder was Cushman Contracting with the bid amount of $2,829,200, as the city manager had previously mentioned. So the real question is, why proceed with this project immediately? So there's several reasons. One is to restore the lost capacity due to the denitrification process. So I don't know if you had time to read all of the previous staff reports and everything, but we have these 3 big, large treatment basins out at the treatment plant. And previously, we only had to use 2 of them, and that 3rd basin was represented all of our additional available capacity. And it's not just additional available capacity for the city of Solvang, because our partner in this treatment plant is the San Ynez Community Services District, so they had significant additional available capacity too. So to denitrify the wastewater, basically what we have to do is hold the wastewater in each basin for a longer amount of time so that we can go through different aeration cycles to create the chemical reactions to allow the nitrogen to eventually be converted to nitrogen gas, where it can be released into the atmosphere. So as you probably maybe remember from your science class back in high school, most of the air that we breathe in the atmosphere, the majority of it is nitrogen. So it's totally safe for the environment if it is off-gassed into the air. But it creates a problem if it's in the form of nitrates, goes into the water. You know, so that's why we need to denitrify. But anyway, so we have to hold the water in each basin longer. So what that means is while we're holding the water in one basin, basin 2 is fills up, and before we can release the water from the first basin, you know, the wastewater is flowing 24/7 into the system, we have to start filling up the third basin. And we got to almost fill the third basin all the way up before we can start releasing the water from the first basin. So if you kind of can imagine that, now we need to use all three basins. And so our treatment plant capacity went from 1.5 million gallons per day down to 900,000 million gallons. I mean 900,000 gallons, sorry. So from 1.5 million gallons to 0.9 million gallons. So it's a big, big drop in our capacity. So, so this project will restore that lost capacity. What's stated in the staff report also is the aeration system that we have right now at the treatment plant, it was not designed to denitrify the wastewater. So it was not designed to aerate the water to the same level that we have to now to denitrify. So it's a terrible system to try to denitrify your wastewater with. And in addition to that, it's quite old now. It's kind of nearing the end of its useful life. And the original design, unfortunately, was not good because the blowers for the aeration system were undersized and the motors were oversized. So it doesn't operate very efficiently. So the next reason why we should proceed immediately is by restoring this lost capacity, it's going to enable these proposed housing and redevelopment projects to move forward. Because I would be really nervous without restoring our capacity to see a lot of these projects that have already gone through our planning department to move forward and get built without having the plant this rectified. So all the pieces are in place to move forward right now. The project is going to take 17 months. So even though it's got that kind of a high price tag, it's not all going to be paid out in 1 month. It's going to take 17 months. So we'll easily be able to finish our sewer rate study and have, you know, if this account, depending on what the council chooses, we could easily have new rates in place before this project's finished. In addition, I already mentioned about the aging infrastructure. Also, with this, with our current aeration system, because it's not designed for what we're trying to do, it uses a huge amount of energy. As you kind of can remember from your science classes too, air is compressible. So to try to push air through these pipes underneath, 15 feet of water and push it out to aerate the water takes a lot of energy. And the system we have now is not designed for that, as I mentioned. So we anticipate when this project's done, we will save close to $100,000 a year in power cost savings. So that's huge. So we'll experience immediate cost savings once this project's finished. In addition to that, if we don't move forward now and the project's delayed, we anticipate significant escalation in labor, material, and equipment costs. So as you might be aware, minimum wage went up on January 1st of this year to $14 an hour. Next year, it's going to January 1st, it's going to go up to $15 an hour. So anytime those prices increase, that puts pressure on like pretty much everything else. It kind of has like a domino effect on costs of goods and services. And lastly, right now, every weekend, our wastewater treatment plant, when we have busy weekends in town here, the flow coming into the wastewater treatment plant is almost at the maximum, capacity that the plant can handle. And so it takes, because it's like almost overloaded, it takes the whole, or several days after each weekend for the plant to recover and kind of stabilize again. So right now already, it's really, if you're an operator there, it's really touch and go. They're like, have to be totally on top of it, watching it, because when we get all these tourists that come in on these busy weekends, the flow is so high, it's like really pushing the plant to its limit. So, and we'd hate to see a sewage spill or something like that. So, in summary, I think the public works staff believe that the operational and regulatory risk of not proceeding with the project is far greater than any kind of financial risk that we will see by proceeding with the project. So that's why we make the recommendations, as the city manager had mentioned, to award the contract, authorize the mayor to sign the agreement, authorize the city manager to execute any change orders if within the contingency amount of $200,000, and approve the budget adjustment in the amount of $802,000. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Nathan Giacino is here. He's our wastewater treatment plant superintendent and wastewater division supervisor. So if you have any operational questions, or I'm sure he'd be happy to try to answer those. And in addition to that, joining us via Zoom is Lee Cushman with Cushman Contracting. I didn't mention, but they're the actual contractors who built our original plant that's out there now. So, so they know the plant really well. We have a high confidence level in them and in their ability to deliver this project. So he's available if you did have any questions regarding the construction or anything like that.
Hey, Matt,
So
didn't you just say the first one was not designed well?
Cushman Contracting built it. They didn't design it.
Okay, all right, just
Yeah.
checking.
They built it well, but it could have been designed better,
All right,
but it was built well.
Are there any questions of the staff report?
I just have one. When did I forget, and I apologize, the rules when were they put in place for the aeration system? That the sewage needed to be aerated more? When did that come around? I forget.
Yeah, that came in August of 2016.
Out of Sacramento.
Well, the regional water quality, so there's the State Water Resources Control Board in Sacramento, and then they have the 9 regional water quality control boards, and we're in what's called the Central Coast region. And so their office is in San Luis Obispo, and they cover the Central Coast region. But it is a state agency, yeah, so it's from the state. But yes, that was in August of 2016. So it's been several years. We had anticipated our permit would have been renewed already, but the state's still looking at some questions.
Yeah.
And then also the gentleman who was our regulator for the past several years just retired about a year ago, so that kind of put a delay on it. But yeah, so we actually anticipate within the next, within this calendar year, within the year 2021, we'll be hearing from them with a draft permit for our review and comment back. So yeah, that is coming pretty soon, I expect. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? I had one, and I can't find it right now. The $500,000,
800,000.
the grant that we didn't get from PG&E. I think that was 500,000.
Correct.
What happened with that?
Yeah, so sadly, they kind of went back and forth, and
they drug their feet, and we actually started the process with them in November of 2019. And there was a time period for about 5 months where we didn't hear anything from them, so we just kind of gave up on the whole thing, because we thought, well, we don't qualify or whatever. But then all of a sudden, they contacted us and said, hey, sorry, sorry, we got sidetracked on some other big project. But basically, the bottom line was, PG&E works with this engineering consultant to evaluate your energy savings and stuff. And this consultant has to know about wastewater treatment plants to know all the different kind of processes and things, and analyze how much energy savings you're going to have. So our project was a little bit unique, a little bit different than some other ones they had seen before. But they did their analysis. They felt it met the requirements and qualified for the grant. Then they presented at the PG&E, and they had several meetings, and because it was a little bit different from what PG&E normally had seen in this program, it took a little while, but then PG&E approved it all. And they actually sent us an email and said, hey, you guys are approved, it just has to go to the California Public Utility Commission for one final review. And then, well, then a week later, they contacted us and said, oh, sorry, the California Public Utility Commission has an analysis they do, and you have to meet a certain threshold of energy savings relative to the cost of the project to qualify, because they don't have so much money to give out. So it's basically a competitive kind of program, and we didn't quite meet that threshold. Even though we are having a lot of energy savings, the ratio of the cost to the energy savings didn't meet their criteria. So they notified us we didn't qualify for the grant. So,
What is that ratio?
yeah, I don't have it memorized, I'm sorry. They did send us some information in the email, but, yeah, and I'm not sure that, they didn't give us a lot of details on the Public Utility Commission's, like, analysis there, what exactly they analyzed, but, yeah, so.
And was this only a one-time grant, or is this something that we might be able to get it a couple years from now? Or try to reapply?
That's a very good question. So it's not likely we'll be able to get this grant in the future. It's not a one-time thing, it's an ongoing program that they have. At least they've had it for a few years now. I mean, it eventually could end, but the thing of it is, with our particular wastewater treatment plant, the most energy-intensive process in our entire plant is this aeration system. Again, you kind of have to imagine you're trying to push all this air. Imagine a deep pool, and you're trying to push all this air through pipes into the bottom of this, these deep basins, and spread this air out all over. So it's very energy-intensive. So the other, I don't believe, Nathan could confirm, but I don't believe there's any other processes at our plant that use quite that much energy. So.
But when I went out and toured the plant, I believe I was told that you're thinking about or planning in the next phase of putting in solar panels?
Correct. That is one of the.
Would that qualify us for a grant from PG&E?
So yes, the Phase 2 project does include solar. That is correct. And one of the tasks, there's a few different grant programs out there that for solar projects. So one of the tasks for our consultant, Crollo Engineers, is to research all the different programs and make recommendations to us which ones to pursue, and actually help us prepare the grant applications and submit them. So until we've gotten into Phase 2 and started working on the design and everything, we won't have enough information yet to complete an application. You have to kind of have your design sort of at least at a preliminary level figured out, and we haven't done that yet since we haven't started into Phase 2, the engineering on Phase 2. But yeah, definitely it's in our scope of services, in our contract with them. We're definitely going to try to get grant funding for the solar facilities, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I'm not minimizing this at all, but I'm curious that in the transfer from the vehicle pool fund, what impact is that going to have on our fleet?
Our vehicle pool fund is very well funded. Currently, we have assets amounting to a total replacement cost of approximately $1 million. And we have cash on hand in that fund of $1.8 million. So
that's not going to be a big hit there.
This will not
Okay.
be that at all.
Get it all, yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
All right. With no further questions from here, we'll take it to public comments.
Would anybody like to comment on this item?
Nathan, do you have any comments? It's on the staff report, right?
If anybody would like to comment on Zoom, please raise your hand or unmute yourself. See no public comment.
Okay.
All right. So bring it back to council for further discussion. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, so just so that I have it clear, so whatever money we don't have to fund this project is coming from that fund to replace maintenance vehicles?
$800,000 is going to be transferred from the vehicle replacement fund, which is right now overfunded in a way to help with this infrastructure. So it will be a transfer to wastewater and we'll pay for this project.
Okay, so this is not touching the general fund at all?
No, it's not touching general fund.
Okay, because we did just direct that we want to hire, so we want to make sure that we have those reserves. Okay, I'm just making sure that I understand where that money's coming from. Thank you.
All right. If there's no further questions, do we have a motion?
I'll move that we accept it, we approve it, excuse me.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All
Okay,
right.
Councilmember Clark,
Roll call.
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Thank you, passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Nathan. And
And Mr. Mayor, just because it came up on one of the previous ones, I'm assuming that the motion was to approve all the recommendations and not just A, B, and C.
Yeah.
Any of the individual ones.
A, B, and C.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thank you for that
Thank
clarification.
you.
All right, Madam City Clerk, will you please read the title of item number 8?
Item number 8 is to establish or consider establishing a general plan advisory committee. And this item is really presented to you based on some of the sentiment from the public and the Plan Commission that there may be a benefit for the city of Solvang to establish a committee that involves council members, Plan Commission, Design Review Committee, as well as members of the public to work with city staff and with the general plan consultant throughout the general plan process. This is the first time that the city of Solvang is engaging in a truly comprehensive general plan update. It also adds an economic element to the plan that is not required but recommended as part of the scope, and the design element hasn't been formally updated since 1987, which was 2 years after incorporation. So there's quite a bit of community engagement that needs to happen going forward, and we don't want to rush through it. Our consultants are professionals from, not from Solvang. They bring the professional expertise and lead us through the major milestones. But this advisory committee would really add the Solvang touch to this process and allow for a deeper dive and engagement. So what's being proposed is that you consider establishing what would be called the General Plan Advisory Committee, or a GPAC, and that would consist of 2 council members, 2 Plan Commissioners, 2 Design Review Committee members, as well as 9 members of the public, for a total membership of 15. You have an option to either formally appoint this committee, which would make it a Brown Act body, or you can direct staff to work on development of this committee. And there's, benefits to both, whether you want this to be a Brown Act body or a non-Brown Act body in terms of the way that this committee would be able to have discussions. So that's a clarification for your policy consideration, but staff does not recommend going for more than 15 members on this committee. Just once you start getting into the 20s and higher numbers, the process really slows down. So we feel that the 15 is probably the optimal number of individuals on this committee, and staff would open up a recruitment for interested parties from the public to be those 9 seats of just public participants.
Is there any discussion of the report?
Yeah, I got a couple questions on it, if I may.
Of course.
Looking at the report, you said there's going to be 15 people on the committee?
Correct.
That's 9 residents?
Correct.
Because you've got 2 planning commission, 2 city council, 2
So that's 6.
design review committee, and then 9 citizens. Do we have any criteria for how those citizens are selected or chosen or things of that nature?
So we would need to open up a recruitment, and probably, and it depends on which way you go, whether you as council would be establishing the committee which would be subject to Brown Act, in which case you would be appointing those individuals, or staff will select those 9 individuals.
Is there a reason that there's only 2 from the council and all of the commissions, or could it be all of us?
So it is kind of this tension between a Brown Act entity and just a kind of a committee of citizens, if you will. If the council takes formal action to establish this GPAC, then it's going to be subject to the Brown Act, regardless of what the composition is. So if you say it will be 2 council members, it will be 2 planning commission members, et cetera, it's going to be subject to the Brown Act. If you direct staff, however, to say, we'd like to have a committee like this, 2 of us will volunteer to do it, 2 planning commissioners will volunteer to do it, they can work it out on their own, then the council's not taking formal action. It's just a committee of citizens who are interested in it. Where it becomes a problem is if 3 of you showed up at such a volunteer committee, then it would be a Brown Act issue. So that's why it's structured in this way, or at least recommended for that way. But if you want to have it as a Brown Act body, then you can set it up however you would like it to be. You could have all 5 of you show up, and you could have all 5 planning commission members show up. And as long as it's a Brown Act committee and properly agendized, you won't have an issue at the Brown Act. I would say the larger the committee gets, the more cumbersome it is, the harder it is to schedule the meetings, and the more work there is out of those meetings for staff to accomplish. So if the decision is to make it a Brown Act committee, I would suggest that you make it fairly focused on what the membership would be.
Do we know if the past general plan update processes that I'll call it the CAC, Community Advisory Committee, which was community members only, was that a Brown Act? And that had 24.
My understanding is, and I really have this information from one of the planning commissioners who was participating on it last time, is that it was a committee of 24 truly citizens that time. I don't believe there was any involvement of council, planning commissioners, et cetera, in that particular setup.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting.
I think going forward, just because of what it is and what it entails, that if we do keep it at 15, as it's being recommended, that it be a Brown Act
Really?
meeting, because it needs to have, I'd like to see it, make sure that it's noticed for everybody in the public to see, and it just makes it a lot more transparent, I feel.
So will we, if we do that, I kind of like some parts of it, yeah. But if we do that, are we going to use this room for certain numbers? Is everything virtual? How do you handle 15 people in a Brown Act environment?
We can use
Same.
this
Zoom.
room or,
Yeah.
or Zoom or a larger, we can always set up a meeting even at the Vets Hall or some other larger venue.
Yeah.
We do have that capacity.
Well, that would be a good way to do it.
Yeah, but if there's only two, then there's no Brown Act issue, right?
There's only two from Hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's if the council doesn't formally establish the committee. If two of you just volunteer to serve on a citizens group in this manner, then you wouldn't have the Brown Act issue. But
That's why I would support the volunteer aspect of the plan.
I would
Yeah,
agree.
I have to agree with that too, rather than going a full Brown Act.
Yeah.
I mean, we can still announce it, we can still make it obvious to everybody so everybody can see it and attend, but I think I'd rather have it staff appointed, is I think the way you put it,
Correct, yes.
and then two from each of the organizations. What do you think?
I agree.
It also sounds more efficient. You don't want the process of agendizing it and recording it and having only certain things that you can talk about. You don't want it to hinder the process of going along. It might also, in my experience, one can talk less freely if you know that there are certain rules that you have to follow, and to have everybody that's going to be involved trained in that protocol would also drag the process down. I'd like people to feel free to participate and speak, and perhaps this process is best if it happens more organically. Maybe things were not agendized to be talked about, but they get brought up by somebody, and they're good ideas to pursue or look into. And again, these things will be open, they will be recorded, and people will, we will let people know what's going on and what's coming up.
We can do that even at the Vets Hall? We can do Zoom, we can record it, do all that kind of stuff?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
How long do you think that process would take?
Well, right now, the general plan update is slotted for about a 2-year process. I would say that adding an additional committee will, add a few more months at the entail of it, at least.
How
It-
often
it's-
would you envision having this council meet?
Generally speaking, just having, from the past experience of Solvang and having spoken with the consultant on how these committees work, and the consultant does recommend having this GPAC model of having some council members and planning commissioners and other committee members that are involved in decision-making being part of this, because it creates
Sure.
more understanding and fluidity to the process. But generally speaking, it's about once a month type of process, which is fairly frequent. It could be quarterly, but I think, especially through the visioning process right now where we are, there will be more meetings perhaps than when we get to more technical parts like CEQA review, and that might not need so much, citizen involvement.
But the visioning, I'll call it that I don't remember what we called it, that Saturday when we all got in here and had everybody talking, that was everybody. That wasn't a particular committee. That was any resident that wanted to sign up and speak. You're still considering doing that as separate from this committee?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Got
there will be a milestone for each. So this next workshop 2 will be visioning assets, opportunities, and issues to discuss. And so as we go through each milestone like that, our consultant for the general plan update is responsible for reach out to the community, making sure that we have these opportunities for community to continue to fit in as a whole.
Excellent, thank you.
My next question, is the consultant going to administer this or facilitate this committee, or is that going to fall on our staff?
That is an outstanding question that's not resolved at this point. It's not in the current scope of the contract for the general plan update contractor. So unless that was amended, this would fall on city staff to be the staff for. But once again, having it as a fluid committee of citizens rather than heavily agendized and needing to be controlled to comply with Brown Act will be helpful. And we also allow, the idea for it is to have that free-flowing conversation for that group.
Okay. My only other comment was that I saw that if anybody resigns or gets removed for whatever reason, that there is no replacement of that person. I know that staff will come up with a way of how to appoint all of these people that might not, that's not described here. I just think that if for some reason somebody does not do it anymore, maybe we just move down the list of who else was interested and automatically put them there. Because I would hate for somebody to pass on the opportunity to really participate if the opportunity opens up and they were not able to be part of it to begin with. But I just don't think that should be a lengthy process of either appointing or voting or whatever. It should be like an automatic, you're up next.
Yeah, we can definitely look into it, yes. And those set of rules that's attached to the report, that's just an example of what it looked like. And I would recommend that once the committee is formed, that they as a committee review it too and agree as a body, a committee to those terms between each other.
Okay. And just one more thing. When we think about the criteria, I can think of a variety of people that would be great to participate in this that are not necessarily Solvang residents, but maybe they have a long time interested, whether they own a business or they were residents before for a long time, but they're not residents any longer, but they still live somewhere in the area. I would love for people like that to be considered as long as they prove that they have a vested interest or experience that is relevant to the process.
Public comment, I guess.
Do we have any other questions right now or discussion? We can open it up to public comment.
Would anybody like to speak on this item? I see Elizabeth Breen. Please go ahead.
I'm Elizabeth Breen. I'm a resident of the city of Solvang. I actually live in the TRC, and I'm also the association executive for the Santa Ynez Valley Association of Realtors. First, I want to say that I think it's a great idea to have a GPAC. Barbara Bierig, the president of our association, and I had a really good stakeholders meeting with the consultants for the general plan. But it was probably about 45 minutes, and there was obviously a lot more that we could have talked about, and a lot of feedback we gave them. They took copious notes. But the idea of having other stakeholders in the community as part of the GPAC that could work with the council and members of the Planning Commission makes a lot of sense. I understand the idea about the vacancies. I'm not sure that I would support that, and I'll tell you why. I've served for many years on Solvang School's construction bond oversight committee, and we had numerous vacancies and shifting in members of that committee, and it was very difficult to onboard new committee members when we were halfway through a process. Every time somebody new came on, I chaired that committee for a long time, we had to stop and explain the mandate of the committee, the history of where we'd already been on the project. And so I'm not sure that that's the right approach. While I appreciate trying to give everyone a voice, I think that the community meetings are going to provide that. But for this committee, I wouldn't recommend that. And I think it's probably very wise to stay away from the Brown Act composition. I also think that if you have all your city council members as this committee, then the other participants are going to be less likely to be open and to provide the kind of input that the consultant is probably looking for. So I would say it's a great idea. I would say stay away from the Brown Act. And I'm not sure that filling vacancies once this process is started with this committee is the right approach. And I appreciate your time.
Would
Thank
anybody
you for those
else?
comments.
Sorry.
Are there any others?
Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself. Seeing no further public comment.
All right, bring it back to council for final discussion. comments?
Go for it, Jim.
Oh, looked like you were going to say something. Gearing up. All right. Well, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move that we establish this general plan advisory committee, but we do it under a staff assessment rather than a Brown Act.
I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
and Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title of item number 9?
Item number 9 is AB 1234, report out, and council closing comments.
Do you have any closing comments? Anybody attend any committees since the last time?
One closing comment. I have been aware of a couple of complaints that have come in, and I, for one, had personally submitted a complaint in concern using the website system. And that's under advisement. It needs to be worked on because it was going to a person who doesn't work here anymore. So I would like to see that updated so our citizens have the opportunity to express concerns directly through the website. Thank you.
And if I may address that, it has
Sure.
been addressed in terms of where the email goes and goes to cityhall@cityofsolvang.com, which is monitored by several employees.
Where does it go from there?
It would go to whoever is responsible for handling that complaint. So we have staff member that's the lead, always assigned to it, and it's their job to route it. Obviously, when it comes to code enforcement right now, we are working on resolving that issue.
Thank you.
I had just a final comment, and I totally forgot to mention that. I had it even in my notes for the wastewater treatment plant. My understanding is that there was a request from former Mayor Toussaint, I believe when he was a council member in August of 2018, that he was asking for a proposal from the San Ynez Community Service District for them to take over and operate our wastewater plant. And I understand that there are still a couple of directors that are wanting to push for the general manager of the SYCSD to continue with that proposal. And I would ask that somehow we authorize you to draft a letter terminating that proposal based on what we have going forward.
Okay, I would probably like to agendize it for future action.
Yeah, but however, we need to do that, but
Yeah, it's not something on the agenda tonight, but you can
Right.
give staff direction to bring that back.
yeah. All right, other than that, I think meeting's adjourned.